Fucker.
Jesus. Clubhub, you get a point. I'm not a nerd. How many times do we have to be through it? Go over this. I am not a nerd. How you doing, Glove Hi, DM. Thank you, Maddie. You son of a bitch. I can be a hero, baby. I can take away the pain. You can't take my breath away. Nope, you just... I know you finally changed your schedule, DM, and I applaud you. You don't hate it here. Shut up! Shut up! Hi, Omizu. Thank you, DM. No, you got loud and proud, DM. Loud and proud. Where the fuck are my gloves? Right there. But DM, tomorrow if the weather's fun, I am intending to go pastelling tomorrow and Thursday. All right, pastelling tomorrow and Thursday. That is my intent. As long as I don't get insomnia and the weather cooperates. So we'll expect you fully at both of those. In addition to the Halloween stream. Good. It's mandatory. It's not like you have a choice, DM. All right. Ugh, I ate too much pork. 4 days and it still isn't dry. I think this stuff uses non-drying oils. Well, are you sure that spike oil doesn't decrease the drying time? Drez? And what pigments did you use as well? Because I don't think all solvents decrease drying time. No, DM, he's researching Michael Harding's miracle medium horseshit that they won't tell you what's inside of it. So he's seeing how, did you use like an earth pigment? You use Mars Black and Ultramarine Blue. Ultramarine Blue is a medium drying time. Mars Black, I think, should be a quick dryer. Usually iron oxides or iron-based pigments are quick drying. No, spike oil you shouldn't paint with either, frankly, DM. Clove oil is even worse, but clove oil you should never paint with, but people use it to slow down, like it has the longest drying time out of dryable oils. Shit. But you should not paint with either of them. Both are a bad choice. Just like most mediums are. Oh, what the fuck's happening there? Is this camera dying on me or something? This camera's not even old. It's like 2 years old. It's just clove oil, DM, not clover. It's clove, like the spice. And now it will dry. It's just super long, and it just depends on your pigment, DM. So, like, you know, lamp black takes forever to dry. So if you use clove oil with lamp black, you know, it probably compounds upon itself. Well, spike oil is a solvent. Is inherently a natural solvent, DM. And it has a really, like, strong smell, and I believe it's a toxic smell. Like, the fumes and itself are toxic. Almost all solvents are toxic. How you doing, Sander? How you doing? Set, brat. You like that, Amizu? I'm a pioneer. But once again, I have yet to see any significant reason. I have yet to see any significant reason to not use linseed oil for anything oil painting related. I'm not saying that doesn't exist, and there probably are some finite scenarios, but I don't think the trade-off is worth it to use any other oil. In my current, maybe, naivety. I have seen some benefits of using specifically walnut oil with certain pigments, with as far as makeability or ease of making it, but I still don't think that it justifies using it over linseed. Welcome back, Queen Jelly Jam. Oh, we back. I was lurking ya. Well, I will. Queen Jelly Jam. Yellow, reds, whites, blues, brown. Didn't need that. I guess I'll put out some more after black. Okay. Well, I mean, if you want longer drying time, DM, then you could alter, like, certain pigments you use without sacrificing archival properties of the oil. Not sure, Queen Jelly Jam. Not sure. We'll see how kind you are. We'll see how evil you are. Evil. So that's my point. But see, I'm somebody who massively cares about the ethics regarding of what you paint and what you create, right? Obviously, you have leeway if people understand that, like, you're not making optimal decisions. My big problems come from DM is companies, and I ran it. Did you see my post in general discussion? By Bubble Boy. My big issue with companies intentionally holding back information from you in order for them to sell you product. I consider that to be evil. And I use the word term evil intentionally. Yeah, it's in general discussion about Michael Harding paints. It's just right. It's right at the bottom. Hi, Demon's Lair. The real deal. It is the real deal. Unfortunately, I borrowed the paint. I borrowed that piece of art from the guy. You could see the banana and the kiwis on the floor because the duct tape failed. But thankfully, the artwork is highly reproducible, even if it is $60 million. So. So that was the actual piece of art. It felt, the tape would last a day. I had to reattach it several times. That's why I got it done when I started to do the finishing on this. I did that first, so I didn't have to keep on putting it back up. Because we're almost done. We have to finish the red paint on the tits and face, and we have to get that mask in order, and then maybe clean up some silhouettes. But that's all that's really left to do today. Oh. I can be your hero, baby. Well, the problem with the still life, though, DM, is that the reason why I could get away with it here is because the colors and lighting here did not affect over here. On a smaller still life, if this is right next to each other, if things are like right next to each other where light bounces off, or you have aspects of continuous lighting that would affect other objects because of the presence of the fruit, then you got a problem. Then you got to do it quick. DM, let me know when you read that. Read what I put in the general discussion, and if anybody wants to take a look at, we can have a discussion. You just have to be aware of it. If anyone wants to be up to date, go to my Discord, go to general discussion, and look at my posts. If you want to be aware of the horse shit of the art industry. Something I discovered yesterday. Because we now have officially added Michael Harding Paints to the blacklist. They are blacklisted. They have done something that I've never seen before that I think is exceptionally awful. Outside of some, they do a lot of other borderline practices on that I personally think is not ethical. So nobody's allowed to buy Michael Harding. Isn't that bullshit, DM? Isn't that bullshit? Well, I mean, think about that difference, right? I'll put it in percentage for you, everybody. If they say that it's a 40 milliliter tube, but they say there's a min of 35, that means that they could theoretically just give you 35 in every tube and save 12.5% of the paint. 1/8. 12.5%, everybody. So everybody, I'm going to give everybody $125, but at minimum you'll get I'm going to give everybody $1,000, but at minimum, I'm going to give you all, what's it? $77.5. No, that's a quarter. That's a quarter. Sorry, I can't do this math. $875. $875. But I'm going to advertise I'm giving you all $1,000. Everyone gets $1,000, but minimally you'll get $875. I mean, it's ridiculous. Oh my God, Lost. What the hell? I mean, it depends on how much you use, DM. But think about how much more that affects. So, you know, DM, they had that on a LED one that they charged, what was it? Like, they had it on paints that they charged $30 for the tube, right? So $30 for a 40 milliliter tube, suddenly that 5 milliliters is about $4 worth of paint. Right? If that's like the calculation we're going on. How you doing, Lost, though? Well, we're talking about that paint thing, Yambari. Like, I really find it disgusting. I straight up find it just awful. Awful practice. And I have some theories on why. So I can tell you why I think that they did that. I think that they aim to get... I think what they do is that they aim for 40 milliliters in their factory, but because of how the paint is stored, it decreases in volume because of either temperature or because of oil and pigment separation in some capacity, and that they were caught when somebody measured giving less than 40 milliliters consistently. Well, that's why people do it. It's not but they overcharge like a son of a bitch, DM. And that person should like learn just to do that on their own. But that's what I suspect is going on. But the fact of the matter is that they just wouldn't overfill to guarantee. And I'll tell you, everybody, their margins on those paints are nuts. If you are having issues with that, then you have to overfill and commit to getting it 40 mil even after changes in volumetric like properties. Not sure. I checked 4 different colors out, Yambari, and 3 of them had it once again. Their lead had it, their magenta had it, and their titanium white had it. I checked Aureolin yellow, didn't have that. Now, one interesting note, though, is that titanium white and lead white are very dense pigments that will generally separate. They probably put additives in there that don't. But the quinacridone magenta does not separate in any capacity. It does not. So I've seen 2 examples where they have this happen, and the pigments are massively different, like structurally, right? And so I don't think it's related to that, which makes me think it's because of an additive they use. And I'm guessing it's probably like a wax of some type that they use as an additive. I'm guessing. Either way, it's fucking gross. Fuckers. It's really one of the worst things I've seen a paint company do. Yeah, how have you liked the paints, DM? They're probably thicker than what you're used to, but you get a lot of value out of it because of it. Because you all want to know how I fill in my paints? Gotcha. Yeah, it'll be a lot more dense color-wise. Like, it will probably overpower most other paints you use, DM. That's the thing. And you have the comfort knowing that they're, like, you know everything that's in there. But, like, do you all want to know how I guarantee how much paint I put in mine? So I don't have a proper device to measure volume, right, Yambari? So I bought plastic syringes that had that could hold 30, 40, 50 milliliters. And I fill up the syringe to 10 milliliters and measure the weight. I measure the weight of the tube, right? I go to 10 milliliters, measure the weight, 20 millimeters, measure the weight per batch, mind you. I do this for every batch. Sorry, I got hiccups. I do this for every batch. 40 milliliters, measure the weight, and then I get an average for weight per milliliter, weight per ton. Then I calculate the weight of paint I need to put in the tubes to get to 41 milliliters. And then I actually at least give a gram to a gram on top of that above it to ensure that I'm over 41. And then what happens is sometimes I have a little extra that can't make another tube, and it's not really enough to put in, to even store for myself. So then I just add that to the tubes anyways. So some other tubes might even get juiced even more. God, I just got a crazy hiccups. Well, it's just that, DM, I'm going to guarantee that I'm putting in more, at least what I promised, and then some. I just hate how, how corporate it is for companies to be like, fuck you guys. If anything, we're going to benefit from this, and not the consumer. When they're already charging I should, Yambari, but I also need more people to buy. Here's the thing, Yambari, right? To make about, let's just say, I'll give you a hypothetical. To make a tube of lead white, my material cost is roughly $14. That was before tariffs, so I haven't bought lead white, but the company still had the same prices that I bought from the last time, so I don't think my pigment cost on lead white changed, okay? But my material cost, including tubes, everything is about $13 to $14. I think I'm charging $31 for it right now. But to make 20 tubes, it takes me about 8 to 10 hours of work on that day, in addition to the time and overhead I put in for other shit, right? So I basically doubled the price. Now there are some that require a similar amount of work, but I only charge a $7 margin on to keep prices competitive. So for example, my titanium white and burnt umber, my margin on a tube of those is only $6. $7 to keep them in line with it, the industry. But it still takes me a similar amount of time to make that many tubes, right? So it's kind of averaged out where some paints I do take a larger margin. For lead, I took a larger margin also because it is toxic, right? There is also additional risk with lead. But there's also additional risk with just making the paint as a whole, right? But so I know the prices. So here's the thing, Yambri. If I were able to buy pigment in bulk, if I had the money and storage to buy pigment in bulk, so I'm talking 50 kilograms, 25 to 50 kilograms at a time, I could probably save 70% on my cost of my pigment. Probably 70%. On average, right? So now suddenly that $14 cost for a lead tube would cost me in materials, and I could get better prices on my metal tube. I'm paying top dollar for the metal tubes, for the pigment, for the oil. Okay, so all my materials I could probably save 70% on if I was able to buy in bulk, right? So now that lead costs from $14 goes down to like $5 for lead. Burnt umber and titanium white would go from like a $6 thing to probably $3 to $2.5. And here's the thing. My prices are the same or better per milliliter than almost every company outside of the student grade horseshit. Every single one. And I'm using only pigment oil. Only additive I use is aluminum stearate and some. So I want you to understand that, like, I know I have an idea of what paint companies, what it costs them to make a tube of paint. And it's probably a third of what I do. And I'm charging the same prices as them. And they use, I mean, their ethics are just almost as a whole terrible. There obviously are companies that gambling. I don't have huge issues with what they're doing because they're not over promising, you know, from what I've seen. I don't agree with some of their choices, but they're pretty much on the good side. Rublev is pretty much on the good side of everything that I'm aware of. But like, you go down these other companies and they just do all the disappointing horse shit that you just wish that that they wouldn't. And it's frankly, it's like politics, right? It's just like, okay, it's like, there should be a limit to how, like, unabashedly self-interested a company is, or how much they try and nickel and dime everything. Because I'll tell you what, Michael Harding is not, you know, I don't think they're doing poorly as a company. And I do too, but I understand that, like, here's the thing, Yambri, right? Is it's a trade-off, right? I understand that my paints are still expensive. I hope they do, DM. Fuck those companies. Old Holland's just as bad too. Old Holland is like the epitome of a company that uses their name to exploit people's like preconceived notions. For a company that charges that much, DM, they should not have any filler material, and they should use better pigments than they do, but they do neither. I mean, it's just so I mean, Maddie, like, I wish that we could trust that companies could just make, like, utilitarian or just, like, for the good of the whole, the employee and the consumer choices with at least some regularity. But no, everything just on the bottom line has to massively benefit, like, the upper echelon of it or nothing. And it's the same thing with these fucking companies. Like, I've seen so many companies sell, like, you know, just like talking about like premix paints, right, Maddie? It's like, I've seen so many companies sell the same mixture of titanium white and quinacridone magenta because it makes pretty pinks and magentas, saturated magentas, that people just buy, and they'll name it amethyst, they'll name it, you know, rose pink or radiant magenta, and they'll charge like a ridiculous because they don't have to use a lot of quinacridone magenta for that. They get to use cheaper titanium white and filler because both those pigments are really strong. I see it. They choose two pigments that they can add a ton of filler to, but because they give it a fancy name and it's a pretty color, people will pay the premium prices for it, and suddenly their markup is like 800%. I just said, but if you look through their lines of paint, DM, Michael, like 70% of Michael Harding's line is just like hues. Don't even get me started on those fucking watercolor companies. Or companies who focus on watercolors. God, I hate it. Son of a bitch! Please release me from this torment. And as you all know, I really don't like... Here's the thing. Of course I would like you all to buy my paints. Right? I understand that most people can't. There's a practicality reason for it, blah, blah, blah. I just hate that, like, 80% of your alternatives are pretty much companies that are acting in bad faith. Yeah, Old Holland does that same shit, DM. Anger into this painting, yeah. Oh, I'm pretty much full stiff. I'm pretty much full Sith at this point. I've embraced my hatred a long fucking time ago. Because I'm tired of these fucking assholes. Who could not give a shit about their users. I put the wrong side in. Who would have thought? So that's dry, huh? Oh, yeah. I put this in upside down, everybody. So you can see I put this in upside down. So this brush just straight up dried on me. What do you think about Van Gogh line if you've tried it out? I have not tried it out, Bronto, but I believe they're a artist to student grade. But I don't know much about them, but I believe I've seen their prices. So they definitely use fillers. I just don't know if they use shitty pigments. I don't know if they use walnut oil or safflower oil, any of that horse shit. I could look into it for you though, Bronto. I know, I've heard of the line. I just don't know any of the details about specifics. They do? Okay, so Drez is aware of them. I can be your hero, baby. I can't take your breath away. So yeah, everybody. I would love you to buy my paints, but please think long and hard about the ethics and morality of what your paint company does, specifically with regards to marketing.
Boo this man!
Yeah, Bronto, if you have them, use them. Oh, boo you, Kaylin. If you have those paints already, don't throw them out unless you have zinc white. Unless you have zinc white. But even then, if you're just doing it to practice and you don't intend to sell, it's not the end of the world. But obviously, don't just throw out their paints. Use them up. Aha! Kaylan! I know you're a pervert, Maddie. Okay, good. Yeah, Bronto, never use zinc white. It is the devil. And not to mention, if you all notice the picture of the titanium white I sent, Notice how zinc white is listed as another pigment in their titanium white. Fucking Michael Harding. Shithead. Is it so hard not to use zinc white? I don't know if it's because of pigment or what the point, but when they dry, it's hard to keep them vibrant. It's like they lose the shine. Yeah, so, Bronto, do you have something, can you remember, or you could just rewatch this if you need this. Are you paying attention now? Because I could explain what's going on to you. Let me know when you're ready to listen. All right. Do you use solvent? Let me get some information. Do you use solvent? So do you use like Gamsol or odorless mineral spirits or mineral spirits when you paint? I'm using linseed and odorless mineral spirits. Okay, so when you get a matte finish, Bronto, on your paint, there's usually two causes. The first one being odorless mineral spirits or a solvent, right? Basically disperses the oil from your pigment into a layer. However, it splits apart the particles and it can seep into the primer on your canvas, basically not allowing enough oil to dry with the pigment to maintain a consistent surface finish, thus losing your shine. Okay? Now, it can also happen with pigments on their own. And that is generally because the paint itself does not have a adequate amount of oil, or because of some effects while drying. Okay, this generally happens with earth pigments or iron oxide based pigments. So what are those? That's yellow ochre, that's burnt sienna, that's burnt umber, raw sienna. Iron oxides are like Mars black. You'd also see this with carbon-based pigments too, like lamp black. You'll also see it with pigments that have very small particle size. So there's a long range that can cause inconsistent surface finishes. When you have it like that, you just need to varnish properly to even out your surface finish. So, how do you varnish properly? First layer, retouch varnish, as thin as you can go. Do not pour it onto your canvas. Put it on a brush. Make sure it's not super saturated. Spread that shit out. Don't be afraid to get on in there. Second layer, you use a high gloss varnish. In 90% of paintings, you'd use a high gloss varnish with oils. All of my paintings, I've used high gloss varnish. And so you just do that and you should varnish everything, mind you. There is an ethically you should varnish all your paintings. In addition, varnish makes your paintings look better. Now, do you have any questions? Did you ever try to varnish with Gamblin's? Yes, I have. There is nothing special about Gamvar, Bronto. I've switched to Tuscan Pine because it's like 50% cheaper, high gloss, and it's just the same shit. Gamvar does not do anything special. Okay? You're welcome. Gamvar does nothing special. They advertise that you can varnish once it's dry to the touch. You could do that with any varnish. You shouldn't, though. That's a problem I actually have with Gamblin. They started that horse shit. Varnishing too early does not benefit your painting. Right. That is nothing. You can do that with literally any varnish. They just chose to advertise it knowing that it's not good practice. You know what? You just remind me of something that pissed me off that Gamblin did. And most likely with the pigments you're using, Bronto, you should probably wait 3 months to 4 months minimum before varnishing.
Grab the children! Save the children!
Absolutely not, Schmuckleberry. Those children are gone. Probably not, Maddie. If you put it in the Discord mod chat, I just got to remember to do it. I still have to create my OnlyFans. No, don't. Yeah. Yeah, so, okay, I understood. I initially misunderstood. Yeah. So it's not doing anything special. It really isn't. And it's it's frankly just a suboptimal practice that you should avoid doing, if possible. Well, yeah. So you actually paid for it, yeah, to get it there. So one company that I know is a consistent ripoff here, but it might be more reasonably priced in Europe, is Grumbacher. Like, I wouldn't recommend anybody buy shit from Grumbacher here because it's like usually like 100 to 200% too expensive for the amount they give, but but if you have a good price, but Lucas, look at Lucas stuff, Lukas. I think it's a German company. They usually have pretty good. I use their oil for a lot of my paint making. Don't have any issues with them. I can be your hero, baby. Do you? I'm good. I'm talking about, and when I'm talking about their stuff is too expensive, I'm talking about like their retouch varnish and shit like that is just generally overpriced. Because I'll tell you what, oil paint companies probably make their most amount of money by a massive amount from mediums, everybody. Do not buy into just random mediums, specifically Michael Harding's Miracle Medium. Especially that I know more about it now. Oh yeah, that's a lot. So just remember when you varnish Bronto, thin layers. Thin layers. As thin as you can make them. Don't pour it on. That is bad. People do that on social media like assholes. Do not pour it onto your canvas. That is wrong. Does it make a difference if I use the sponge brushes or normal ones? Use a normal one. Use a bristle brush. Just use a bristle brush. I think some people use a sponge because they're afraid of hairs. But it's not a big deal if a hair comes out. It's reversible and you could just keep an eye out while you're varnishing. I think bristle brushes do a much better job at spreading it around and you being able to push it around. Yep, Pickles. Hope you're well today. Oh my God! We did it. Marshall. Did you? Marshall Fartist. Welcome in. You son of a bitch. Well, wake back up, Drez. I'm bitching about paint companies. Because I'm telling you what, that Michael Harding shit pissed me off. As you know. I didn't hear about that. You've been rather gassy. What happened at the Louvre, Stoic? I have to ask only this. Does the expensive brush make any difference? No, it doesn't. Don't spend serious money on brushes. You're talking to somebody who doesn't, as you can see. The best value for brushes, Bronto, I have come across is Rosemary & Co. And I just get their bristle brushes. That's it. There's no real reason to spend more than that. Every time I've bought an expensive brush, it's been massively disappointing. And every time I've gotten a Rosemary & Co., it's met expectations. If not exceeded. Sponsor me, Rosemary & Co. I gotta apply for that now that I think about it. I don't think I have much of a shot, but who knows. No shit. Wow. You don't want to know, Nordic. This is the end. My only friend, the end. Nordic, you can't handle the truth right now. I mean, it's just something out of a movie. When do you think we'll see a movie about it, Stoic, where like they kill each other? But you know that's how Banksy got famous, right, Stoic? You have a better shot if you do ally versus not. Get out right now. It's the end of you and me. Yeah, so Stoic, Banksy got famous by going into the Louvre and hanging up his art on the walls and then doing like a thing where it's like seeing how long it could stay up there for. That's how he initially got his name. Dude, Bronto, don't... sorry. Dude in the neutral... generic neutral gender way. Do not hesitate to ask any questions. I am really happy to answer any technical questions you could possibly ask. They might, Marshall Fartis. That's what he became, Stoic, but he got famous. How he got that name in the first place was doing that Louvre stunt. Like an asshole. And then doing the best example of being like pop culture while acting counterculture. Because here's a bit of trivia for you. There's a huge problem with art forgery with a lot of modern artists because a lot of them do prints and stuff that are printable and not reliant on like traditional mediums to like identify with. So there's a huge plagiarism and forgery issue with modern artists, and Banksy is currently the most forged artist. You did, Pickles? How? I'm sorry. You've lost 2 long streaks now. That's not my fault. That is definitely a green bag thing. Huh. This is the end. All right, 7. I mean, it wouldn't, you know, satisfy me, but for a lot of people, it might. 7 could satisfy some, but definitely not me. 3. Teeny tiny. Basically microscopic. Everybody with their micro streaks. Come on, you all know I'm a size queen. I also lost my Doom Fruit Art stream. Twitch. Oh, you bitch. Oh, you goddamn bitch. We could probably still get away with this. I bet. If anyone gets to 1,000 watch streak, I'll give you a painting. All right? And you could put that in the bank. The painting of my choosing, mind you. I'll put that paint. Good, Nordic. Please do. You're at 4 so far, martial artist? Nordic, I'm counting on it, okay? Because I'm just going to copy what, where's my phone? I'm just going to copy Banksy. From now on, everybody, I'm going to be just like Banksy. I'm just going to do whatever he does. Wow, that is on automod to fuck me? Huh. Are you, Drez? I didn't know you were that close. Oh, you're all right, Bronto. All right, everybody. You are currently watching Banksy 2. Now he's pissed. Forced me to paint a possum. I'd paint a possum. Oh, no, feel free, Bronto. Yeah, Maddie, you spend a tremendous amount of points. Ooh, it's tacky up here.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
No, you're not. Is that too... Maybe it's too tall still? Banksy 2 Electric Boogaloo, and now he's pissed. This just doesn't sit right with me. Oh, fuck you. I'm not a nerd. Ask anybody. I'm Mr. Super Cool Guy. God, this fucking glare. Oh boy. You have to stay, DM. Bronto. Will do, DM.
I fart in your general direction.
And I shit in yours. You try and stop me, martial artist. You try and stop this shit. You always say that, DM. But I'm suspicious. Nini. You're such a firecracker today. Am I? I'm always a firecracker stoic. Oh, careful with those perverts. Yeah, we're up to 190 perverts. Jesus Christ. Who's reproducing with all those perverts, everybody? Yeah, probably Amy Jo. You're right. Oh, really? It was a cute thing with my niece, Bronto, because I believe in Portuguese, Nini is no, or no, or ni is no. So my niece speaks Portuguese. And whenever we were like saying no in like a nice, cute way, it'd be like ni ni ni. So whenever I heard that here, I always reminded me of my niece. Portuguese. Oh, was that from Mom? Okay. And hi, Amelia. We have a correction. Heyo. Everybody, Cass and Daydream, my sister, who directly inspired this painting. My sister was the direct inspiration for this painting. Oh, like Niet? Okay, that makes sense. Oh, that sucks, Pickles. Back check live. Oh, is my camera out of focus? Sorry. Sorry, Nordic God. But yep, the direct inspiration for this painting is here in the chat, everybody. Is here in the chat right now. The direct inspiration for this painting. What part of the painting? You'll never know. You were creating more perverts in the lurk cage. Well, yeah, see? All right, see, it was you. Ooh, that glare. Sure hope not, Pickles. God, this fucking glare. Do you think your sister is a blue skeleton with a blonde wig? Have you taken about talking about this with a trusted adult? I have not. I don't know. I mean, my sister could have a blue skeleton. She is a scientist. She's one of those scientists that keep secrets. You know how scientists keep all those things secret? She's one of those scientists. You know, the one that everybody complains about because they totally understand science better than she does, you know. You know, you all get it, right? Because everybody who hasn't studied for like a decade, who only studied for like, you know, a couple, you know, searches online, obviously knows more. Obviously. I mean, because it's the money. It's the money, Amelia. Castaneda. It's all about the money, right? The massive amounts in scientific academia. Huge amounts of money. Oh, of course, you just get money for withholding that information. You know, everybody, I faked getting meningitis to get out of going to my Cassina's dissertation. I completely faked viral meningitis to get out of their doctoral dissertation. Well, see, the thing is, I went to the doctor and they sent me to the hospital while I was just laughing all the way to the bank, right? And then they quarantined me in the hospital after I got my spinal tap. Yep. I even stayed in the hospital for a couple days just to get out of it. Now, I got viral meningitis in college. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one, Maddie, with the religious right. They also believe giants are real because giants are talked about in the Bible. It was during summer. I was taking a summer class in college, and so on this week, I was starting a brand new internship. Okay, I had my final for a summer class, and I had my sister's dissertation, and I had to miss all those things the first week because I got viral meningitis. That was very painful. And the kicker was I went into the first day of work with meningitis, so they had to test everybody at that manufacturing plant, like 300 and something people, before they knew it was contagious or not. And apparently my direct manager was a clean freak who I shook hands and was hanging out with that day. So that was kind of cool. I don't think they have, I don't think we know. But it feels, Pickles, it kind of reminded me of how you were explaining some of your symptoms recently. It felt like somebody was trying to inflate a balloon inside of my head. So I was really sensitive to movement. Pretty awful. And, since it was viral, I just had to wait it out. It took about 2 weeks. What are you implying, Nordic? What are you implying? Possibly, if you think you have something going on. I actually correctly self-diagnosed myself too with meningitis, because I'm usually one who doesn't go to the doctor for simple things, and so it's like, oh shit, my head really hurts, and it's been like this every minute I'm awake, and then I couldn't fall asleep, and I'm like, I looked on actually WebMD, and it's like, this shit kind of matches up with meningitis, and I thought that's scary. Like, there's no way. But then I went to a urgent care place. The doctor wouldn't shake my hand or do anything. He sent me to the ER or sent me to the hospital. And when I got to the hospital, they were waiting for me and quarantined me immediately. Thankfully, though, viral meningitis is not contagious. Bacterial and fungal are the ones that can kill and are very that can kill and are contagious. Oh yeah, meningitis is pretty awful. Pretty awful, I have to say. So here's the thing: once I had it, Stoic, the pain never went away. It literally just never went away until it cured itself. And like I said, that took about 2 weeks for it to be for it to be tolerable, I should say. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not fun. It is not fun. I'd only wish it upon Greenbag, okay? Yeah, I think urgent care is you go to when it's not hospital worthy, and it's something that we can fix with a prescription, or you need stitches. All right, but anything that requires more equipment or serious testing, then you have to go to the hospital. But I'm not one to to my detriment one time. When I split my head open in high school, like the top of my head, I hit my head in the stands of a wrestling tournament on a vent or something, and it put a cut on the top of my head. And I was done wrestling for that tournament, and I started to let it heal on its own. And then in the tournament we had the week after, it got re-split open during a match. And then we went to an urgent care to try and get it stapled or sewn. They said they couldn't do it because it already started healing. So then the coach wanted me to wrestle the championship match for that one. So they shaved off, I was like Friar Tuck. They shaved off the top, it was literally the top of my head, and the hair around there, and put all these Band-Aids around, and then they bandaged up my entire head so I could wrestle in a meaningless match, which was super annoying. Then I had to walk around with a shaved top of my head and this gross wound on the top of my head for a while. And the next week I got a black eye. So I got a black eye during the next tournament. And I was a real fucking mess. Oh, God. I was like, I had a black eye, I had the shaved head, I was emaciated because I've been cutting weight for wrestling. And, looks like a damn pervert maniac. Yeah, it's Stoic. That's actually not bad. That's really not bad. If only I was missing a tooth. I'd say the only time that I kind of like looked, I wasn't as gnarly as that, but I had a small, I think I had a small break in my nose from rugby. Because both of my eyes kind of went like, you know, like kind of like looked like black eyes a little bit. I never got that checked out. So I didn't know for sure, but it hurt a good amount. But not for super long. But I look tough and cool. That's all that matters. Oh yeah, definitely. As in, no, people didn't care that much after the first like wave of sympathy. I remember it made my band teacher laugh at me though. My band teacher. So after I got the black eye and the hair thing, I was in band. And we were like playing our song, like he hadn't noticed, and then he like looked at me while we were playing the song. I had to stop because he started laughing. He just started laughing at me because I looked like a monster. I looked like a Friar Tuck monster. That's true, Nordic. That's true. We also had a little bit of a relationship where, you know, he knew I wasn't like sensitive about it. I also tortured him in my own ways. Possibly. Okay. 1 second, I'm gonna move this closer while I grab my phone. Here. Fuck. look at this close. There you go, everybody.
Where are you, Bob?
This. We'll see. Yeah, all right. So everybody, tomorrow there's going to be pastels. I intend to do pastels. Well, I mean, you know what that means, Stoic, generally. You know what that means. Frankly, I think it's kind of sweet. Yeah, pastels outside. And then on Thursday, I plan to do pastels again as well. And I do plan on streaming on Friday. Maybe a simple still life on Friday for Halloween. For jalapenos. That's fair, Stoic. That's fair. Oh my god, I used the color outside of black as I was cleaning up silhouettes. This is crazy. What am I doing? So, what movies are people watching to get into the spirit? Sinners? I need to watch. Oh, you watched Sinners? How'd you like that, Emilio? I almost watched Blood Simple the other day, but then I didn't. I don't know. I got anxious about watching like a brand new film. The Thing, good, Stoic, good. Yeah, it looks good. And I do always appreciate when somebody gets to do something unique in the current context of modern cinema. I was thinking about watching Barton Fink as well, if anyone's familiar with Barton Fink, because of John Goodman. Will you ever see Barton Fink? Do you like Barton Fink? Yeah, I've heard good things about it. Because I've been meaning to go through the Coen Brothers like entire catalog, save maybe a few, like True Grit. You just watch Frighteners? Oh, yeah, I brought up Darkman the other day. I need to watch Darkman. Martial artist, do you know who directed Darkman? I think so too. Plus, I mean, John, you know, younger and hot John Goodman, hard to beat. Here, martial artist, martial fartist. For a oily point, do you know who directed Darkman? Hocus Pocus, Dark Shadows. I just watched The Shining the other day as well. I've watched Exorcist 3 multiple times because I watched the director's cut of it. And I have to say it, and I rewatched the theatrical cut. I like the theatrical cut better than the director's cut. But it's also partly because the director's cut was like unfinished footage, so it was just the raw footage that they put into it. I think that's on HBO Max or something, Emilia. Just FYI. I do want to see it too because I love Guillermo. I do love me Guillermo. Yeah, okay, so you did. All right. Maddie, can you give Martial Fartist a point? I'm not sure. I was on HBO Max the other day, and I think I saw it, but I wasn't sure. Have you watched The Devil's Backbone, Emilia? That's from Guillermo as well. The Devil's Backbone is an interesting film. Disturbing, but an interesting. Woohoo! So for anyone who doesn't know, Devil's Backbone was by Guillermo. It's one of his earlier films, I should say. It's about the Spanish Civil War as well, like Pan's Labyrinth. I agree with that wholeheartedly, Marshall. I rewatched Evil Dead the other day too. But I'm probably going to rewatch The Thing again. Even though I did that recently too. It's kind of my go-to traditional film. Because I also think it's just like straight up like the best film ever. Was Ghostwatch Stoic are you talking about the English thing? The English thing from the 80s? Is that what Ghostwatch is? Or is it that new Amazon show with Nick Frost? What is Ghostwatch? I had not even heard of Kronos Martial Artists. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, that's a cool watch, Stoic. That's a fun watch. Something that will never happen again. I've never watched it all the way through, but I've seen a lot, seen a lot of clips of it, parts of it. But good choice. Really a cultural phenomenon that will just never, kind of in the context of technology, we'll never be able to experience again. So, Evil Dead 2 Martial Artist is the better film, but if I had to choose one, I go with Evil Dead 1 because that was the first one I watched, and I had days where I put it on repeat because I had it downloaded on my computer, and I just had nothing else I kind of wanted to watch. So I've seen Evil Dead, the first one, probably 100+ times. And I'm not embellishing that number. And I've seen Evil Dead 2 probably like 3 times. Same with Army of Darkness. But I think Evil Dead 2 is like one of the most interesting and coolest films that is in existence. Fuck. Way too much blue. Oh, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love all 3 of those films. I just have a very big soft spot for, like, the rawness and, like, kind of student aspect of Evil Dead 1, where it's like Evil Dead 2, right, was kind of the same thing, but definitely made with, like, more money, better production. I just love seeing how innovative Evil Dead 1 was and how entertaining it is for, like, you know, basically making it for a pack of cigarettes. See, I you know, just basically the summation of what I said too. I'm with you. I do like, once again, you can't deny that Evil Dead 2 is like a better made film, but it's so nice seeing like innovation and people who truly were in it for the love of the game, but we're also putting in, like, we're not half-assing anything, you know? They had to problem solve. Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's just like Evil Dead 1 was like his pilot, and then the company's like, all right, well, let's do Evil Dead properly, right? If you had resources. I do appreciate, like, because, like, what was great about Evil Dead 2, though, is that he still took new chances. He still did a lot of crazy, beautiful shots in it, right? Like, to the huge credit of Sam Raimi, he did not let extra resources go to his fucking head, including the Spider-Mans too. Now, I haven't watched the Doctor Strange that he did, but, you know, it doesn't disparage his, you know, regardless of how that might have turned out, it doesn't disparage his previous work. But yeah, those movies are just a fucking blast. And, you know, they are legitimately scary. I see. That makes sense. Because he would do that. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. But see, I do appreciate that about the Spider-Man with Sam Raimi's, is that you could still distinctly tell it's Sam Raimi, but he understood his assignment well, you know? Not that, like, I think Spider-Man 1 is, like, a masterpiece, but it was definitely one of, I think, the better takes on a superhero film. And, you know, he's pretty much directly responsible for the making of that and Iron Man were responsible for why we have, you know, the Marvel universe, for the good or the bad, right? I liken it more to like the existence of the Pixies, right? The Pixies were like, and Bowie and stuff like that, fantastic bands that they're like kind of responsible for like all the modern iterations of music, or their influence, right? I think Sam Raimi is one of those directors who did so much that just changed the game. God damn it, Todd. God damn it. So that was my first Sam Raimi film, because there was no way in Fuck My Mama. Well, he also did Darkman. That's how we started on Sam Raimi. No, they automated the in Fuck My, I think Fuck My Mom. We don't like that type of language around here, Tad. You all know me. I run a very puritanical stream, everybody. You know I run a very puritanical stream. And if you don't like it, you could get out. Oh, fair enough, Dad. Nordic, I have never played Pokemon Go. Troy was rated R? Do you still play it, Nordic? ass, 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 titties, 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 titties. And your point is, Stoic? What are you trying to prove? God, I haven't watched that film all the way through in one go, Todd, but I did not recall his bum. Spitting bars. Yeah. Maybe I'll have to rewatch Troy, huh? Yeah. Well, they were, sometimes though they were fine with asses. But they just should have just put them in like a Greek thong. Oh, yeah, that too. Did you ever read the Iliad, Todd? When I read it, it felt so bizarre. I read it in like 8th grade. And it was very much written culturally, like, at the time. Where they're like, then like, Pluto threw a spear, who was the son of blah blah blah, who was also the son of this, who worked on a farm, and it hit, Euclides of Troy, who, blah blah blah. And like they literally had several passages where it was like talking about individual moments of like their skirmishes more so than like a battle. So much homophobia, Stoic. Oh my god. Stoic, I rewatched Scary Movie. I rewatched Scary Movie the other day. And that movie is nothing but homophobia. Did you wait? I didn't think she showed her titties in Fifth Element. I thought it was just white shirt. Huh. Well, everybody, stream's gonna have to end here. I gotta go watch a movie. On loop. So we're just gonna end stream right here. While I go do some movie research. It might be The Fifth Element. All right, I have to do research, everybody. God. It's art. It's art, everybody.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
No, especially now. But everybody needs. Has everyone done their Exorcist 3 homework yet? Has anybody watched their? Has anyone done their Exorcist 3 homework? How'd you like it, Stoic? It was great, Stoic. You don't need to see Exorcist 1 to see Exorcist 3. But Exorcist 1 is one of the best movies of all time, straight up. Exorcist 1 is one of the best films of all time. In what, Exorcist 1? Or 3? Exorcist 3 is the cameos. I bet you didn't even, did you catch all of them, Stoic? Here, name the cameos that you remember, and I'll tell you which ones you missed. They're both on YouTube, Todd. Or Exorcist is on Amazon Prime for free, Todd. I'm almost positive it's for free. And then Exorcist 3, the theatrical cut, is on Prime as well, and you can find it on YouTube. Make sure you watch the theatrical cut, though, first. Let's see what cameos you remember and which ones you missed. Fabio, so you did see the Sam Jackson. You saw Larry King. Okay, I didn't think you'd catch the Sam Jackson. You're missing one big one though. But you can find it for free on YouTube, Todd. There's one you're missing, Stoic, but I don't expect you to understand it as well. Because it was a sports star, a Georgetown sports star. Now, do you know who the biggest sports star from Georgetown was or is, especially around that time period? So, you ever hear of Patrick Ewing? Patrick Ewing? Who also starred in Space Jam of the New York Knicks. He was also he was in the Fabio scene. He was in the Fabio scene. OG Todd. Watch the OG first. The remake was kind of like akin to like what George Lucas did to Star Wars. So it wasn't necessarily a remake. He just added in some scenes that were originally cut. But I saw that like that update in theaters when I was like 11. I was 10 or 11, and my mom took me because my mom loves The Exorcist. And what you have to understand about The Exorcist, though, for anybody who doesn't like The Exorcist, you have to understand of how much of a cultural impact The Exorcist had. There was national protests. There was like, think about if Trump's American fans protest the film for like months. Think about like you get the protesters at like Planned Parenthood. Imagine that with like 3 times the amount of people across the country. But so yeah, did you like it, Stoic? And is there any plot points you might, if you had any questions on plot points? Because what I love about The Exorcist 3 is how much of like a mystery and procedural it is. And then also George C. Scott's monologues are just amazing. No, he was in the dream sequence. Ewing was in the dream sequence with Fabio, Stoic. Oh, by the way, Stoic, how bad did the jump scare get you? He's a Hall of Fame basketball player, and he was like one of the best college basketball players of all time. How bad did the jump scare get you? Oh, gotcha. Okay. To me, it's like the best. Like, I hate jump scares, but that film did it right. Like, it just like it worked so well, design wise, that I just like I forgive it. Like, it's not like one from like the fucking Conjuring, you know. How they set it up is just like a masterpiece. It was, yeah, yep. They did it so well. But do you agree, like, George C. Scott is just amazing in that? George C. Scott and his monologues in that fucking film, and just his, like, how well he portrays his character is just amazing to me. So much. So much. Now, did you understand that, you know, the Brad Dourif scenes, that he's looking at Karis, like from the first movie, but when they had the personality change, right, they showed Brad Dourif instead? Did you understand that dynamic? Hi, Jan. No! Ooh!
Fucker.
Hi, Chappie. You're a fucker, Jan. So, Stoic, the reason why George C. Scott went in there is because, you know, the person in that cell, remember Karis from the first one, he threw himself down the stairs? The Gemini killer soul took Karis's body and, like, regenerated it. But for the sake of, like, the reason why, so then when they show that it's actually like the Gemini killer, they showed who was the Gemini killer instead of Karis. So the Gemini killer was using his body. So that's why they switch back and forth. But you know the practical reason why they did it? It's actually a sadder reason why they did it like that. But I think it does add to the film. Because Brad Dourif is just unbelievable in that role. But the reason why they did it is because Miller, who played Karis, was like a horrible alcoholic. And he had like, kind of like, I think they call it smooth brain syndrome, or from alcoholism, where he couldn't remember lines and he couldn't like do anything. So they actually did the Brad Dourif thing because he couldn't really perform. Oh, also, everybody, got some big news. Is everybody sitting down? Remember when Paul McCartney was out on the album? That was a hoax, right? Are you referencing that the Chris Farley skit? George C. Scott makes that film. George C. Scott is the reason why that film is so good. Is everybody sitting down? We got an announcement. We got a huge announcement, everybody. An announcement that no one has ever seen before. Huge announcement, everybody. Huge. Is everybody sitting? Okay, good. All right. Because of an anonymous donation who will go unnamed, there will be an egg tempura stream. An egg tempura stream coming up. Probably in a few weeks. Because of an anonymous unnamed donation, we're going to be doing an egg tempura stream. Completely, they wanted to remain anonymous. They absolutely wanted no credit. At all. So don't even think about it. It was Jan. It was Jan, everybody. Yep. Yeah. Egg this. So if you know anybody who's curious, I have to do some research on it as far as what recipe I'm going to use. Okay. Oh yeah, you get 2 for Matt. Give him 2. Maddie, give Jan 2 oiliest of oily points for that. We'll give you 2 for that. Not even thinking. I'll give one more. Oh, this stream is pay to win, everybody. Everybody, despite my talk about ethics and paint companies, I can be bought out of my morals and ethics. Okay? Everybody know this. I am a philanderer whose only God is money.
Pay these nuts.
Oh my God. Stop hucking pennies at me. Now you will have to pay more for feet picks. And for taint picks. You have 3 of those? What made no sense? Maddie's message for the bits. Pay these nuts. I always make sense. It's all you maniacs who don't. And I'm looking at you. Bofa? What's Bofa? Oh my God! Yes, even you, Stoic. Even you. I can't believe I fell for that again. People are just getting way too clever. Disgusting. People are just getting way too clever. I can't keep track of all these D's nuts and your mom jokes, everybody. They're just they're too intellectually superior for me, okay? I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm outclassed. Good luck, Jan. Good luck. Oh my God! I can call you son someday. Listen, I ain't cheap. I ain't a cheap son, Jan. You better. You better. We're also going to report you to CPS. And just wait till I start refusing to use the toilet. Just you wait. Yeah. You don't know the can of worms you just opened. Start refusing? Yeah, it'll be a choice. I assure you, I will choose to do this. As I just stare at you and poop. Well, yeah, that's how we play catch. You throw a ball at me, I throw shit at you. While I'm screaming, I can do this, I can do this. You know, the funny thing, I bet you if humans had square poop, we would use it to build shit. At least there would have been like some type of like civilization that did. Wombat's playing Minecraft. Oh, should we add start in 3 minutes? Okay. We gotta take a break. All right. I can do this. I can do this. Talking about Minecraft. I'll probably do it someday. I'm just so helplessly addicted to Path of Exile right now. I'm the meme of that wombat eating carrots and farting. I'm not familiar with that one. All right, we gotta take a break. Because I've been holding in my farts this entire stream, and I gotta rip about 20 farts. And, you know, shit, shower, shave, cry, poop. I gotta get all these farts out of me, everybody. Oh, fuck. I just ruined a glove. That's true, Marshall. Birds of a feather. Can you put that in the Discord, Stoic? All right, everybody. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Ads are starting in a few minutes. I could actually click this because this mouse is shit. All right, everybody. We'll see you all in 5. Oh, God, it was hot in there. Oh, God. Lord. Dude, my palette camera is like just really... See, it's been Nobody's telling me my palette camera is going frozen again. It keeps on doing that. It was a lot of poop, Sashi. It was a lot of poop. Hi, how are you? I'm doing well. Just pooped. I beat up a jaywalker during the break too. Somebody was jaywalking right through my condo, so I had to beat them up. Also not nice. I am not a maniac. How dare you? How dare you, Sashi? I'm not a maniac. I'm just a class 1 diagnosed paint pervert. Okay? No, class 1 diagnosed paint pervert. What's so hard to understand about that? The two can coexist. I don't think so. I think that's very insensitive to my diagnosis. I wish I knew like a therapist who could give me like a documentation just saying that I am. That would be fun. Does anyone know a therapist or a psychiatrist? That would be willing to do that? I'm asking everybody. As a paint pervert, thank you very much. I guess, Sashi, you are correct in the sense I used to refer myself as a paint maniac. But then I got diagnosed as a paint pervert. Class 1. Oh my God! Sashi! A class 1 paint pervert doesn't deserve this treatment. Oh my God. How dare you? Just wait till I betray you in the next Phasmo update. Just wait. Just you wait. A2 Marshall Fartist? A2? Okay. Okay. So it's officially hitting fucker o'clock, huh? We're at fucker o'clock right now?
Fucker.
You're a fucker. God, everybody's just so mean to me. Just so unbelievably mean. I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. I don't know the words well enough to sing them confidently. It is not warranted. All right, so everybody mark your calendars. Osashi, something you might be interested in. We're going to be doing a egg tempura stream. Because of an anonymous donation, we're going to do an egg tempura stream. Tempura. Me. Ooh la la! When we don't have a date yet. We do not have a date set, but probably in a couple weeks. Now, I don't know if I'm going to paint something or... No, this is a different anonymous. It's not the fucker anonymous. Like, I know who this person is. They just have implicitly said to keep themselves anonymous. It was Jan. It was Jan. I don't know why that joke is funny to me. I find that humorous, that concept. I'm not, you're the bastard. Maddie, we all know if anybody's the bastard here, it's you. Unlikely. No, I'm not a bastard, so we all know that I'm anything but a bastard. We know this. It's documented. Well, first of all, how dare you? Maddie, you're one of the biggest bastards I've ever seen in my life. Huge bastard. It all seems too dark to me. This is a really weird... I struggle with the mannequin's color a bit at times. Don't trust that person. Yeah. Don't trust that person, Stoic. I wouldn't... Frankly, I think you shouldn't talk to them again. Yes. How you doing, Amizu? I wouldn't trust that person. Are you sure they didn't work for ICE? Did they work for ICE? Were they hiding their face when they said that to you? Were they driving a huge truck and were they drunk and was their wiener really small? You wouldn't believe how many watercolor sales I've turned down from ICE agents, everybody. I've turned down thousands of watercolor sales from ICE agents. I think 90% of them requested watercolors from me desperately. A lot of them were crying. Yeah, that explains it. You're painting rocks still? Who doesn't love a good rock? Like, are you painting physical rocks? Like, are you selling pet rocks now all of a sudden? Damn. What good are they then, Amizu? It needs to be a little bit darker. Let's clean up that edge. I'm trying to find some watery area, by the way, everybody, to do some plein air pastel work. I'd love to find an area with some like good reflections on water. But haven't found the site yet. Or maybe a boat. Something with a little bit more form than I have been working on. You know what I'm saying, dogs? Yeah, I think it'd be cool. I think it could also just, you know, make a really compelling, plein air. Now the question is, do I do the bright white highlights now? Now they got the form of the mask kind of down. I think I just go for it, right? And maybe not. Hold on. Didn't expect it to feel that dark. You can't even see it that well, can you? What I'm working on. That's a hand cramp. Hands cramping.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Nope. How many times do I have to tell this to you, animals? How many times? I'm stopped. I'm stopped. What's wrong? What's wrong? Oh, false alarm. Okay. Phew. All right, good. Thank you for the warning. Save that for that. She likes me for me. How is this mask looking, everybody? And be honest. It looks like shit. Just what I thought. Damn it. Shit. Too much paint again, huh? looks good. Suspicious. Has anyone ever listened to Welcome to Night Vale? Specifically you, Stoic, because I think, Stoic, you would love it if you hadn't. I have not watched Weapons yet, Odorous. Odorous, you watched Exorcist 3 the other day, right? As well? The Stoic did. But I think you were queuing it up the last time we talked. How'd you like it? Was I blowing too much smoke up your ass? Alright, that's it. She likes me for me. Now I'm curious what video game they're in. I'm guessing they're in one of those sex video games. Have any of you ever done like the Steam like Discover games? Because I would get ads for those fucking games in that Discover thing. Great, huh? YouTube. Hi, Dangle Dixie. Oh, I'm still painting. Nice to see you as well. How have you been?
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god, raid! Oh my Jesus Christ! Mal! Have you, Mud? Wedgie! Oh my god, my nards! Something raid and something. Okay, Aaron. How you doing, Mel? Hi, Auda. Oh my god, my luscious locks are now covered in feces. Why wasn't the toilet flushed beforehand? Oh, I have been radio. Fair enough. Welcome in, Guard. Share us your links, or else. Well, that's what happened, Mel. Oh my god, hooray! Welcome in, all of you. Perverts and Gentiles alike. We were just doing the boob paint right now. Garg, give us your links, or else. Garg, you went long today, huh? You went longer than usual. Perverts and genitals alike. Oh my god, that's perfect. That is true, Amy. Yep, gotta do the boob paint. Perverts and genitals.
Boo this man!
Yeah, don't you boo me, Aaron. Oh, these cannolis are all up in my nards. Yeah, it's modern art. I have this work of art on loan from the creator. Okay. It's on loan. All right. They said it. You could do whatever you want with it because I could just remake it in 5 minutes. Was their exact words. So I had carte blanche, but I decided to honor it in this really influential piece of work. This really influential art. To paint it, right? How else can we honor some of the best work of art in modern contemporary times? Okay, we'll probably never see a work as good as this, or as genius. And all hail our new crypto overlords. Well, we all do that, Mud. Obviously. All hail our crypto overlords. Because if you didn't know, the person who bought the duct tape banana was a crypto, I think, billionaire. Was a crypto billionaire. You need to recreate this painting with your painting. Just do the loop. All right. So I hope you all understand, everybody. You're all seeing history right now. You are all seeing history. Okay. This is the future. All hail our crypto fascist overlords. Just embrace it, everybody. Just embrace it. No, what would... All right, let's come up with a title, everybody. What should we title this painting? Maybe like a look and a squeeze? Or a shit and a squeeze? Horny fear? Horny fear could work. That kind of reminds me of, what's that movie? Cape Fear? Just embrace it. Theater kids, am I right? Title it comedian after. Should I just call it comedian? Or should I do comedian like part 2? And now we're pissed. Or comedian part 2? Comedian? Oh, oh, that works so well. All right, we got it. We got it. Good work, Mal. That wins. Well, when, you know, inevitably when this painting is in the, you know, touring around the world in like the Louvre, the Met, the d'Orsay, what's it? The Smithsonian. You know, I'll credit you for the naming. The first day it's on the shelves, it just gets stolen. Well, they tell me that all the time, though, Mal. Let me see. I think you're the wrong one here. Yeah, it's all right. Did Garg share their links? So I'm sure nobody in here has heard of Garg. Garg, share those links. Thank you, Mud. Good. Gotcha. Yeah, that was a long stream for Garg, huh? Oh, nice. Yeah, I was watching earlier, but obviously I wasn't there for the last 3 hours. All right, we're at an important stage, everybody. You're all here for one of the most exciting parts of the painting, where things are really gonna pia. Okay? So I suggest everybody put on a diaper, because this is going to be shocking. The pia that's gonna happen. All right? Everyone got their diapers on? You are all gonna shit your pants from how much is pia. But make sure you mix your goddamn paint first. God bless America. So, how are those local sports teams, everybody? Any Dodger fans out there? Actually, Mud, you come from a baseball family, so your family's probably all over the World Series, huh? Ooh, that glare. Ooh, that glare. I just remembered that I have to clean up all my fucking props after this. But I'm gonna do some double duty on the skeleton. I'm gonna clean the skeleton in the bathtub, and I'm gonna that one I'm gonna have to work from a photo, but I'm gonna create another reference photo while that skeleton's in the. While the skeleton's in the tub. I just need to get a toaster before then. Okay. God, those shadow colors are so hard to read well. Okay. kind of at a make or break point now. Just making sure I'm not missing some. Some other features. Okay. Ooh. Clean the brush off essentially in white. Now the question is, it just looks like a cold white, so I'm just gonna use straight titanium white and lead white. Clean this off a second time, I guess. Lead white might hurt it a little bit, but I don't like using. There's. I think I need to bring out fresh oleo gel too. The oleo gel was dirty. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna bring out epoxide gel. I think that will actually work better here. If I can open it. So I'm a strong man. Very strong and toxic. I do. Mud, but we know that's impossible right now. I haven't found enough maniacs. I need to find the right maniac. Ooh, that smell. Okay. So we want this to be focal point. These highlights. Where, Garg? That's un. Easier said than done, Mud. How are these highlights looking? Is it making that piapa? that smell. Oh yeah, that song was written about me. It was in protest. I was protesting that they weren't killing enough whales. So I didn't shower. For 18 years. Then I found out whales were cool, and they weren't planning to take over the world. So then I showered. A lot of egg on my face on that one. Some could say that, yeah. Whiskey bottle. The gunk in the trunk. Well, Flubber's never getting out. Like it's oily crime. Cool Runnings. And I get all these boob reflections and boob reflections. True. Hi, Sarah. Oh, hi, Sarah. I didn't realize that was you. How's the baby? Don't we all? How's un bebé? Oh, that's nice. I hope everything's going well. Oh, baby. It's now and got his vaccination. Great. Thank you, Sarah. I do have a nice ass. All right. Well, I think that's intentional too, also. It's a procedural, it's a mystery noir. Maybe not noir, but. Oh, fuck. Ah, beans. Ah, cheese and biscuits. Why is there so much red in there? Bob Saget! Bob Saget. R.I.P.D. I think George C. Scott makes the entire film, Motorist. I think he was phenomenal in that film. Ooh, that smell. Shibidididididip. Can't you smell that smell? Well, did you see that there was Patrick Ewing and Samuel L. Jackson in the purgatory scene? I believe it was Samuel L. Jackson's first major motion picture ever. I believe. But he got ADR'd out of it. Back to this. That needs to be small. That needs to be darker. Up. No, the jump scare was in the hospital, Odorous. With the nurse? Now, did you understand, Odorous, when George C. Scott was talking with Brad Dourif, he was talking to Karras, Father Karras, his body? Okay. I didn't get that at first, but it adds a lot when I think you when that's understood, you know. Ooh, that smell. Shibby-dibby-dibby-dibby. So the real question is, am I talking out of my ass about how good that film is? That's the question to be answered. Patton, yeah, George C. Scott. We're talking about Exorcist 3, Shasta. And how are you? Whiskey bottle. Okay. Well, I hope you're well. We got pastels tomorrow because I want to try out that new set. Unless the weather's bad. I haven't checked the weather forecast for tomorrow. Today it was cloudy. With the side of sausages. But hopefully. Oh yeah, that was the smallest into blue. Okay. Fuck. That red. Red keeps poking through. Now it's too big of a mark. It's too big. For this titty reflection. Yeah, it definitely had that feel, but what I like about it a lot though is it kind of captured the atmosphere well of Exorcist while not copying it. If that makes sense to you. Cuz Exorcist 1 is frankly it's like a cozy film. As bizarre as that may sound to some. But it had the elements of knowing, like, of Georgetown, which I liked. Hi, Mono. We're actually almost done here. But welcome in. And no need to apologize. Trying, Mud. I'm trying. The pressure's on. Because we all know how irreversible oil paints are, everybody. Just know if you make a brush stroke with oil painting, it's permanent. You're not getting that up. The heat is on. Which one's the heat is on? I don't know that off the name. Yeah. Yeah, this did predate Silence, didn't it? You absolutely cannot, martial artist. Oh, God, please don't do that. That is something that will fuck it up. Can you post that in Discord? I can't think of it at the moment. Oh, god damn it, got some red in there. Fucked it up. Everybody, this painting is permanently ruined. I'm gonna burn it. Get that red out of there. Gonna have to burn this one, everybody. It's out of my hands. Make it a performance piece. Yeah, maybe. It's getting burned. No. If if you want it, I'm gonna have to charge you for it. Otherwise, it's getting burned. See, I take after the clothing companies, you know, who burn their stock instead of give it away to people who could really use it. Well, I need to keep up the allure of my paintings. So I can't have random garbage people. I apologize. You're not a garbage person. Garbage, yeah. Hey, I apologize immediately after, but I wanted to make that joke. Great business model. I know martial artists. It's not your first time. I still apologize. I couldn't resist the joke, but I feel bad about saying that. All right, wub wub. We got a 3-bagger, everybody. Would satisfy some. Wouldn't satisfy a size queen like me, but good work. You're getting there. Ooh, that smell. Shoo-ba-doo-ba-doo. There is a dump near your town. Well, if you see one of my paintings at the dump, burn it. I have thrown out paintings of mine. I did try and give those away, though. But they were my early shitty paintings. Yeah. I don't think it's, like, wrong. Well, you could turn yours into grog, right? But you probably don't grog your own stuff. Or was it glazed already? Also, it was a time novels are greater than the movie. To a certain extent, but I think that's what makes that film unique, Odorous, is that William Peter Blatty directed it. So you had a unique voice relative to filmmakers back then that kind of bridged that world. You get what I'm saying? Gotcha. Oh, I get what you're saying. I thought you were saying something else. Yeah, because I mean, you have to do it before you commit to anything, right? Well, obviously. All right, let's stand a little bit back. Yeah. I wonder if you can get out of the glare at all if I move you back. No. You're stuck with glare. But I'll take a picture of it. Could probably go over that silhouette. Yeah. Well, yeah, I've heard you say that before, right? Clean up some of these silhouettes. Oh my God! Sal. Welcome in. Forgot about Dre. What do you mean I forgot about Dre? Dr. Dre? What did I forget about Dr. Dre? Are you referencing song lyrics I'm unaware of? Oh, not familiar. You are not Marshall Mathers? Apparently, I don't recall. What? So, I mean, what? There are ramifications? I can't afford a fine. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, I mean, that's already been happened then. Okay. Way to warn a guy. Ooh, that smell. Shibidoo-doo-doo-doo. Don't let it happen again. I might. It might. You never know. Okay, are we done? Are we done, everybody? No. I thought I was going to finish this a lot sooner than I did. But then again, I'm always kind of overly ambitious with how fast I can finish something. When they're large paintings, it's super hard for me to gauge how long they take. Because every large painting I've done, I've like had to struggle a lot more with like the drawing aspect. I think so, Mud. Yeah, I'm happy with how the wig turned out. I'm happy with these two figures. This is fine. Maybe I should actually bump up the corner brightness a little bit. This is fine. No, we already got the name. It's a comedian. Yeah, we already got the title. Make it. Yeah. Oh, obviously solved. Obviously. All right, let's make that Kappa. Let's clean this brush. Who the fuck is Gregory Bovino? Oh, Head of Ice. Isn't that Bongino? Bongino? And Christy Nome is the Head of Ice, by the way. You know that son of a bitch who killed their dog because they didn't have this wealthy woman didn't have a place to take care of it where they're moving or something. So she literally killed her own dog. I'll make that pop. Bongino sucks too. He was the guy who got famous off of the Epstein conspiracy theories. Too much green. How did green get in there?
Grab the children! Save the children!
Those children are done. They're donezo. Fuck, slip of the hand, huh? I gotta clean that up. Guessing it's something. Oh, the paint cam froze again. God damn, it's frozen like 4 times and it bugged out today. That camera's not even old. Oh, and my mouse is froze, huh? Okay, so my mouse is froze. No, my mouse is froze too, but shit's still working. All right, and we are done though. I can't raid because I can't move my mouse. But Mud can. But I gotta clean up first. Let me see if my mouse... Why isn't this mouse working? Man, this... I wonder if it just... No, they shouldn't have a battery. I wonder if my mouse just shit the bed. Because I have 2 mice connected to my computer. One for my painting area, one for... Okay. Alright. Could have done it without that. Let's clean up. And de-wipe. You can't even see me cleaning up. So, talk about your favorite sports teams. You'll still see the de-wipes. I'll have to do them on the main camera. Ooh, that smell. Man, I put a lot of hours into this painting. This is probably my most hours for a painting. And my most material cost. So with that in mind, if anybody wants this painting for $4 million, right now, no questions asked, hand delivered. Just write anything in chat. Okay, all right. I guess people's keyboards aren't working. All right. So whoever wants to buy it. Oh, wait, there you go. All right, so Stoic, you're buying it for $4 million? Okay, good. All right, we got a taker, everybody. Stoic just bought this for $4 million. Well, I'll talk with the Stoic. Stoic could sell to you for $6 million. There you go. All right. Well, do we need to do an auction? Just $6? $6? I couldn't let it go for anything more than $4. $650 million? All right, we're up to 12. We're up to 12, everybody, for the auction of this painting. That's 12 million that martial artist just bid. Anyone go? 13 milled. Anyone? All right, mono for 13 million. All right, 14. Okay, all right, Stoic for 14. There we go. 14 million. Stoic is right now is the leading bid with 14 million for this painting. I would take 14 million beans, Mud. 16. Marshall. Oh my God, Marshall going up to 16. Sold, Salt. 100 million bananas sold. 2 trillion dollars USD. Mud, I would just sell them I would sell them for pennies on the dollar to grocery stores. It's a lot of bananas. You know, I did the math it was for Paperclip, where I calculated how much it was like 2 million beans would cost, and it still came out to like $70,000, I think it was, for whatever amount of beans that they bid for 1 million beans. Yeah, I calculated. I took the average mass of a like black bean, and then looked at market price for that, or not market price, but like clearance price, and it came out to like $60,000 or $70,000. Or was it 6,000? It was in the thousands. Deal odorous. What is it, like 5 pounds of gold? All right. Everyone knows what time it is. While you're all here, you sick fucks, time to wipe that D. Keep an eye out for my new OnlyFans, everybody. In addition to the early fans. Mere Musings. Welcome in.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
It's the only reason any of you are here. Oh my God. Oh, I am disgusting. Oh, I should get an award for doing this. Lord. Oh, plus I haven't showered in 25 years. Oh my God. Jesus. I am showing you. Oh God. This is just filthy.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink. Oh Lord. What are you talking about? You gotta get the special thing.
Fart in your general direction!
And I shit in yours. All right. The D has been wiped. Oh God. It's more stuff for the Japanese businessmen.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Yeah, the cam's frozen and my mouse isn't working. So, Mud, can you tell me who's on? Or I can look at my phone. Where is my phone? I might be able to raid from my phone, actually. Blue Skittle is on. Let's see. Fox Girl's on, but Fox Girl's gaming. Blue Skittle. Hex Cheer. NECA is on. Silver Grains is on. Let's raid. I'm Painting Badly does suck. Let's raid Silver Grains. Maybe I can. Yeah, Mud, could you take care of that? Raid Silver Grains.
Fucker.
Is Silver leaving soon? You're a fucker, Amy. Love you. Like linseeds and sin. Linseed and ass. Yeah, that's alright. Let's read Silver. Good. Thank you, bud. Alright, everybody. Pastels tomorrow and Thursday. Pastels tomorrow and Thursday. Thank you, Mono. Pastels tomorrow morning and Thursday afternoon. You're going to have to, Odorous. And then we're going to be back here painting on Halloween. We're going to be doing another like in studios painting stream on Friday. So we have streams next 3 days. Just waiting here. I don't have it either. It's all good. It's not gross, Amy.
Wow.
Well, thank you, Mud. Oh my God. We're almost at the year. Take this. Yeah. All right, bye.